The snow had been falling for 3 hours by the time Ethan Calloway finished mopping the lobby of Meridian Tower. Not the soft, cinematic kind of snow, the kind that stings. Fine and sharp and relentless, driven sideways by a wind that came off the river like a blade. The kind of snow that gets inside your collar no matter how high you pull it, that turns the sidewalks into mirrors of gray ice by midnight and leaves the homeless ones in real danger before morning. Ethan pushed the mop bucket back through the service corridor without thinking about any of that. He was thinking about the heating bill, $43. Due Friday. The same day rent came around again, $620, which was technically affordable by the city's definition, and technically impossible by his. He had learned, over the past 2 years, that the city's definition of affordable and his definition of possible existed in entirely separate universes. He checked his phone. 11:47 p.m. He was scheduled until midnight, which meant he could catch the 12:15 bus if he moved quickly, get home by 1:10, sleep until 6:30 when Lily woke up and needed breakfast before school. That was the math of his life now. Not dollars and cents, but minutes and hours. How much sleep before the alarm? How many blocks from the bus stop to the school? How many minutes between making Lily's lunch and making it to his shift without running? The lobby of Meridian Tower was beautiful at this hour. All glass and cool white marble. The kind of space that made you feel small in an expensive way. During the day, it was full of people in good coats who walked fast and looked through you. At night, it was just Ethan and the marble and the sound of the mop. He'd worked here 11 months. Davor, the floor supervisor, had hired him without much ceremony, showed him where the supplies were kept, told him what needed to be done each night, and left him to it. Ethan didn't mind. He'd learned early that invisible was fine. Invisible meant no one asked questions. He emptied the bucket in the service sink, hung the mop, signed out at the desk. The security guard, a heavy-set man named Dale, looked up from his phone long enough to nod. Ethan nodded back. That was the extent of their relationship. And both of them seemed comfortable with it. Outside, the cold was immediate and total. He pulled his coat tighter, a second-hand Carhartt with a broken zipper on the left pocket, and turned toward the bus stop. The street was empty, except for a cab moving slowly through slush and a woman walking a dog that clearly wanted to be home. The streetlights caught the falling snow and made it look almost peaceful. Almost. He heard Lily's voice in his head, the way he often did when he was tired. "Bah, is Snow alive?" She'd asked him that last winter, standing at the window of their apartment on Morrison Street, pressing her palm flat against the glass. She was 7 then. Now she was 8, and she asked harder questions, ones he didn't always know how to answer. Why don't we have a Christmas tree like the Hendersons? Is it expensive to be sick? Are we poor, Dad? He had told her no. Which was both true and not true, depending on which way you measured it. They had food. They had heat. They had each other. By those measures, they were rich. By the measure of the heating bill, or the cost of Lily's school trip next month. Or the gray second-hand coat he'd been wearing for 4 winters, by those measures. The word poor fit pretty well. He didn't let her see that. He worked hard not to. He told her they were managing, which was a word that didn't sound like surrender. He was 2 blocks from the bus stop when he saw her. At first, he thought it was a bag of laundry someone had left against the wall of the diner on Clement Street. A dark shape huddled in the doorway alcove, barely visible. Then the shape moved, a small shoulder rising and falling. A child's hand, pale against the stone. Ethan stopped. He looked around, as if someone else might appear and take charge of the situation. No one did. The street stayed empty. The snow kept falling. He walked over. She was sitting with her knees pulled to her chest, wearing a thin jacket, blue, unlined, the kind sold at gas stations, and a pair of jeans that were damp at the knees from sitting in snow. She had no hat. Her hair was light brown, matted at the temples. She was looking at the ground when he crouched down in front of her, and she didn't look up right away. "Hey." His voice came out quiet. "Careful. You okay?" Stupid question, Obviously not. She looked up at him. Brown eyes, wide set, completely steady. No tears. That surprised him. He'd expected fear, or the distant glazed look that sometimes came with hypothermia. Instead, she looked at him with the kind of calm that seemed too old for a child's face. "I'm not sick," she said. As if that were the important thing to establish. "Okay," he said, "but it's very cold out here. Where's your family?" A pause. Something moved behind her eyes. Not grief, exactly. More like a door closing quietly. "I don't have one," she said. Ethan was quiet for a moment. He looked at her jacket again. Her hands were red from cold, fingers curled inward. He thought about the 12:15 bus. He thought about the heating bill. He stood up. "Come on. There's a diner on the next block. Let me get you something hot." She looked at him for a long moment, assessing. Then, without a word, she stood up and followed. Her name, she told him once they were inside, and she had a mug of hot chocolate in both hands, was Nora. She was 10 years old. She'd been on her own for 6 weeks. She said it the way you'd say, "I've been in this city for 6 weeks," without dramatics, without apology, just information. Ethan watched her hands slowly lose their redness as the warmth worked through her. He ordered her scrambled eggs and toast, because that was what Lily liked when she was cold, and it seemed like a safe guess. "Do you have somewhere to stay tonight?" he asked. She shook her head. He rubbed the back of his neck. He knew what the right thing was. He also knew his apartment was 300 square feet and already felt like it was built for a smaller family than the two of them. He knew that getting involved in a situation like this had procedural dimensions. DCS, emergency shelters, paperwork that could consume a man who was already running on empty. He also knew what Lily would say if she ever found out he'd left a 10-year-old in the cold. "You can stay on our couch tonight," he said. "Just tonight. Tomorrow we figure something out." Nora looked at him. That same steady look. "I know about the meeting tomorrow," she said. He frowned. "What meeting?" She set down the mug, and then she said something that lodged in his chest like a splinter of ice. The diner was called May's, and it smelled of coffee and grilled onions and old wood, the kind of smell that meant the place had been there long enough to absorb 40 years of meals. There were 3 other people inside. An old man at the counter reading a newspaper. A woman in nurse's scrubs, eating alone by the window, and a cook visible through the pass-through, who hadn't looked up once. Nora wrapped her hands around the mug and stared at something on the table between them, not Ethan, not anything in particular. Just the middle distance, where people look when they're deciding how much to say. "The company in that building," she said. "Meridian Capital. They're choosing a new CEO tomorrow." Ethan leaned back slightly. "Yeah. I've heard something about that. It's not really the man they're going to choose," she said, still not looking at him. "He's wrong. His numbers are wrong. His whole plan is wrong. And no one in that room is going to see it." Ethan was quiet. He watched her face. She wasn't performing, wasn't trying to impress him. She said it the way a person states something they've confirmed twice, and then confirmed again, and then stopped being surprised by. "How would you know anything about that?" he said, carefully. Nora lifted her eyes to his then. And this time, instead of answering directly, she said, "You used to work in finance." Before, his stomach went still. "What makes you say that?" "The way you looked at the building tonight. Not like someone going to work. Like someone who used to belong somewhere like that." She paused. "And you do math in your head when you count change. I watched you at the register." He said nothing. Outside, the snow pressed against the diner window in long diagonals. "There's a man named Douglas Whitfield," Nora said. "He's one of 3 candidates for the CEO position. He's going to present tomorrow morning at 9. His financial model has a structural flaw in the capital allocation section. He's projecting a 14% return on a bond-heavy portfolio in a rising rate environment. It doesn't work. It's not subtle, it's a foundational error. But the board has been impressed by him for other reasons. and I don't think anyone will check." Ethan stared at her. "You need to be in that building tomorrow morning," she said. "Not cleaning." "In the room." "I'm a janitor," he said flatly. "You were a senior financial analyst at Blackthorn Partners before your wife died," she said. "Then you left to take care of your daughter. You've been cleaning floors for almost a year." The silence between them was very loud. Ethan set both hands flat on the table. He breathed in once, slowly, through his nose. "Who are you?" he said. Nora looked out the window. The nurse by the window had left. The old man at the counter turned a page of his newspaper. "Eat your eggs," Ethan said, his voice coming out gentler than he'd intended. "We'll talk more at home." She ate, quickly and neatly, like someone used to finishing before the plate was taken away. Later, walking back through the snow, Nora a step and a half behind him, Ethan thought about what she'd said. He knew Meridian Capital, knew it the way you know a building you've worked in for a year, its rhythms, its small dramas. The way the board members arrived on Tuesday mornings in the same order every time, the way the executive assistant on the 14th floor always looked slightly panicked by 4 p.m. on Fridays. He knew things a janitor wasn't supposed to know, because janitors heard everything and no one thought to lower their voice for them. He knew there was a CEO search happening. He'd heard it discussed in hallways, in the elevator, once in a conference room where 2 board members had been speaking too loudly about the short list. He knew the board was split. He knew at least one of the candidates was considered a frontrunner despite some internal reservations that no one seemed able to pin down precisely. He hadn't connected any of that to himself, because why would he? He was the man who mopped the lobby. He thought about the heating bill, about Lily's school trip, about the coat with the broken zipper. He thought about standing in the lobby of Blackthorn Partners 4 years ago, in a suit that cost more than he now made in a month, presenting a restructuring model to a room of 12 people who leaned forward when he talked. He thought about the day he cleared out his desk. His apartment was on the 4th floor of a building on Morrison Street that had a slow elevator and no doorman. He unlocked the door quietly in case Lily was asleep. She was, curled under a quilt with one arm stretched toward the edge of the bed the way she always slept, like she was reaching for something. He set up the couch for Nora with the extra blanket from the closet shelf. "Sleep," he said. Nora sat on the edge of the couch. She looked around the apartment with the same steady assessment she seemed to apply to everything, taking stock, noting details. Then she looked at Lily's door. "She looks like her father," Nora said quietly. Ethan glanced at her. "You've never met my daughter." "The photo on the fridge," Nora said. "The one from last summer." "You're both squinting in the same way." He looked at the fridge. The photo. Him and Lily at a street fair somewhere. Faces turned toward the same angle of light, both squinting against the sun. He turned off the kitchen light. "Get some sleep," he said. "Both of us need it." He lay in bed for a long time, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind against the windows. "Ngày mai, họ sẽ chọn sai người. Ông phải ở đó." Lily found Nora at 6:43 a.m., sitting at the kitchen table with a glass of water, perfectly still. Ethan heard the small silence from the hallway, the specific kind of silence that meant Lily had encountered something unexpected and was deciding how to feel about it. Then he heard, "Are you a friend of my dad's?" "I'm Nora. I was cold last night." "Oh." A pause. "Do you want cereal?" "We have 2 kinds. One of them is the healthy kind that tastes like cardboard, but the other one is pretty good." Ethan came out of the hallway. Lily was already pulling a box from the cabinet, standing on her toes. She was wearing the yellow pajamas with the small stars on them, her dark hair sticking up on one side. She looked completely unbothered by the presence of a stranger in their kitchen. He made coffee. Lily made herself and Nora cereal, the good kind, and sat across from the girl with the calm authority of someone presiding over her own dining room. She asked Nora her name, her age, her favorite color, whether she preferred dogs or cats, and what she thought about the ending of a book she'd been reading. Nora answered each question with the same measured directness she applied to everything. Ethan watched them from across the kitchen. Lily had always been like this, open to the world in a way that both amazed him and made him afraid for her. She hadn't inherited it from him. She'd gotten it from her mother, from Caroline, who had walked through the world as if it were fundamentally benign, and had, against all probability, usually been proven right. He had inherited instead the habit of waiting for the other shoe to drop. He drank his coffee and thought about what he was going to do. The rational choice was nothing. Go in for the morning shift, he had a few extra hours scheduled. Mop the floors. Stay invisible. The girl's information could be wrong, or could be right but irrelevant to him. Even if Douglas Whitfield's financial model was flawed, it wasn't Ethan's job to say so. He wasn't a board member. He wasn't a candidate. He wasn't anyone whose voice carried weight in that room. He thought about Nora's face when she said, "You need to be in that building tomorrow morning." Not pleading, not manipulative, just certain. "Lily," he said, "I need you to be extra good for Mrs. Alderman today." Lily looked up from her cereal. "Are you going somewhere?" "Work," he said. "Just work. But I might be a little late picking you up." She studied him for a moment. 8 years old, with her mother's eyes light brown, quick, never quite satisfied with a surface answer. "Okay," she said. Then, "Dad. The girl from the story I'm reading? The one who helps the detective? She doesn't look like she's helping at first. Everyone thinks she's just in the way. But she's the only one who saw the right thing." Ethan looked at his daughter. "That's a good book," he said. "Yeah," Lily said. She glanced at Nora. "I think so too." He dressed differently than usual. Not in a suit. He hadn't owned a suit that still fit him for 2 years now, but deliberately. Dark pants, the one-collared shirt he kept pressed in the back of the closet. The good shoes he'd saved from before. He looked in the mirror and didn't quite recognize himself. He looked like a man trying to remember something. Nora watched him from the doorway of the bedroom. "The presentation is at 9, she said. "But the board convenes at 8:30. The lobby will be busy. If you're going to get past the desk, it needs to be early enough that things are still moving." He looked at her. "You've thought about this carefully." "I've thought about nothing else for 2 weeks, she said. He wanted to ask again who she was, how she knew what she knew, why she'd chosen him and not someone else with more power, more standing, more right to be in that room. He'd asked the night before, and she'd gone quiet in a way that said not yet. He'd let it go, because it was late, and because the more pressing question whether he was going to listen to her or not had started to feel like it had already answered itself. He told Nora to stay in the apartment, lock the door. He'd arranged with Mrs. Alderman next door to check in on Lily after school. He left his cell number on the kitchen table, and a key that he'd cut for an emergency that hadn't materialized until now. He took the 7:15 bus. The lobby of Meridian Tower at 8 in the morning was a different organism than the one he cleaned at night. Full of energy and direction, and the small choreography of important people moving through space, he pushed through the revolving door and felt the shift immediately, the way the air changed, the way the marble seemed to amplify sound. He knew this lobby better than anyone. He knew the scratch near the base of the third column, the way the second bank of elevators ran a half-second slow, the exact spot near the reception desk, where the floor drain sometimes backed up after heavy rain. He'd spent 11 months in invisible proximity to this place. And now, he was walking through it in his good shoes, and the room did not know what to do with him. The reception desk was staffed by a young woman he didn't recognize, a substitute or a temporary, covering the early shift. She looked up as he approached. "Good morning," he said. "Ethan Calloway. I'm here for the executive session on 14. She looked at her screen. "I don't see I'm not on the official list," he said. "I'm here at the invitation of a board member," which was not technically true. Which was also not technically a lie. If you considered Nora's knowledge of the board and interpreted invitation loosely enough, the receptionist hesitated. Behind him, the lobby was filling up. That was when Marcus Webb walked in. Ethan recognized him immediately. Marcus Webb, chairman of the board at Meridian Capital, former Undersecretary of Treasury, 71 years old, and built like a man who had once been formidable and still mostly was. He came through the revolving door with two people behind him, already in conversation, and he walked with the air of someone who owned the ground he moved across. Ethan had seen Marcus Webb 100 times in this lobby. Webb had never once looked at him, except that this morning, Webb looked up from his conversation as he passed the desk, and his eyes caught on Ethan on the clothes, maybe, or the posture, or some quality of presence that didn't belong to the lobby's usual morning cast. Webb stopped. "Do I know you?" he said. "No," Ethan said. "Not yet." Something in Webb's face shifted curiosity, or recognition of a certain kind of directness. He looked at Ethan for a moment longer. Then he said to the receptionist, "Give him a visitor's pass," and walked toward the elevator without waiting. Ethan exhaled. He took the badge from the receptionist's slightly confused hands, clipped it to his collar, and followed. The 14th floor conference room was large and cold in the way of rooms that are never quite warm enough despite their size. Floor-to-ceiling glass on the east side, which normally would have meant a good view. But the snow had come back overnight, and the windows were gray with it. The table was long, 20 seats at least, and half of them were already occupied when Ethan arrived. He stood near the back, close to the wall, where a row of chairs had been set out for observers or junior staff. He sat in one and made himself small in the old practiced way. "Watch. Listen, don't announce yourself." The board members filtered in over the next 15 minutes, taking their seats with the confidence of people accustomed to rooms like this. Ethan recognized a few faces from his nights in the building, a woman named Patricia Harlow, who he knew chaired the risk committee, a younger man he'd heard called the Lassiter Kid, who was apparently one of the family shareholders. Webb sat at the head of the table. The first two candidate presentations went quickly. A man named Garrett Fossey, who spoke for 40 minutes and said almost nothing of substance, and a woman named Christine Abelard, who was sharp and professional, and whose numbers Ethan tracked mentally as she spoke. Sound enough, not inspired. The board listened politely. Then Douglas Whitfield came in. Whitfield was the kind of man rooms noticed. Tall, silver-haired, with the practiced ease of someone who had spent decades performing confidence. He dressed beautifully. He spoke with precision and warmth in equal measure, landing jokes at the right moments, making eye contact around the table in a way that made each person feel individually regarded. He was impressive in the way that a very good illusion is impressive, the seams hidden, the machinery out of sight. Ethan watched the board, watched them lean forward, watched the small consensual relaxation that moved through the room as Whitfield found his stride. Whitfield moved to the financial slides, and Ethan felt it before he could articulate it, the specific cold recognition that comes when you see a number that is wrong in the way a compass is wrong, pointing confidently in a direction that will walk you into a wall. Whitfield's capital allocation model was built on a 14.2% projected return across a bond-heavy portfolio. The presentation was smooth. The charts were clean. The logic was presented with the kind of layered confidence that made questioning it feel almost rude. But Ethan knew what rising interest rate environments did to bond prices. He knew it the way surgeons know anatomy. Not as information, but as reflex. And Whitfield's model didn't account for it. Not minimally, not with a hedge or a qualifier. It simply didn't account for it, as if the rate environment of the last 3 years hadn't existed, as if the Federal Reserve had not done what it had done, as if you could build a capital allocation strategy for a 10-year horizon on returns that the market had not produced and was not going to produce. The board was nodding. Ethan pressed his palms flat on his thighs. He thought of Nora's voice in the diner. It's not subtle, it's a foundational error. She'd been right. And it was more than right, it was the kind of error that, if left unaddressed, would turn a company's financial direction into a slow-motion collapse. Not in 6 months, as he'd said to himself the night before when he was processing her words, but in 18 to 24 months, when the gap between projected and actual returns became too large to explain away. And the board found itself asking how no one had seen it. Someone cleared their throat near the front. Ethan's mouth was open before he fully decided. Those bond return projections don't hold. The room went still. Whitfield stopped mid-sentence. Every head turned. Patricia Harlow looked at him with the careful stillness of someone deciding whether to be offended or curious. Marcus Webb, at the head of the table, had gone very quiet. The rate environment over the last 36 months has compressed expected real yields on investment-grade bonds to between 1.8 and 3.4%, depending on duration. A portfolio weighted at 60% fixed income cannot realistically produce 14% returns on that basis. Not without leverage, and the model doesn't show leverage. The number is wrong by a factor that makes the entire 10-year projection unreliable. The silence continued for another 2 seconds. Then, 3. Douglas Whitfield turned fully toward him. "I don't believe we've been introduced," he said, with a smile that was meant to be patient but landed somewhere closer to cold. "Ethan Callaway," Ethan said. "And what exactly is your role here, Mr. Callaway?" Ethan didn't answer that. He looked at Marcus Webb. "Run the numbers yourself," he said. "Current yield curves. 10-year Treasury at 4.6. Investment-grade corporates averaging 5.1. Even with optimal allocation, you're looking at a blended return of 7 to 8% on that portfolio structure, not 14. The projected earnings in slide 22 overstate the actual expected position by roughly $6.8 million annually. Compounded over 10 years, you're looking at a gap of close to $80 million between what this model promises and what the market can deliver." Whitfield's smile had cooled significantly. "With respect, that analysis is verifiable," Ethan said. "Right now, in this room. If anyone has a terminal," Patricia Harlow had a laptop. She opened it. The sound of keys. The room waited. No one spoke. Whitfield stood at the front with his hands clasped, his face arranged in an expression that was trying to be confident and succeeding less and less with each passing second. The board members had the particular stillness of people who have been accustomed to certainty and are now experiencing its absence. Ethan stood where he was. He did not look at Whitfield. Harlow pulled up a data terminal. She typed. She scrolled. She turned to Webb. "He's right," she said. "The yield curve assumptions are off. Significantly." The room let out a breath it had apparently been holding. Webb looked at Ethan for a long moment. His expression was unreadable, not surprised exactly. More like a man who has just been handed a piece of information he'd been missing without knowing he was missing it. "Sit down," Webb said. He didn't specify to whom. Whitfield sat. Ethan remained standing for a moment, then found a chair near the wall. What followed was 20 minutes of the board reviewing the numbers, cross-referencing, verifying, asking questions of each other in voices that grew progressively more subdued. Ethan answered 3 more questions when they were directed at him, each time with the same flat precision, the kind that comes from having lived inside a problem rather than having read about it. Whitfield attempted twice to reframe his model. Both times, the numbers didn't cooperate. Eventually, Webb called a recess. He walked around the long table to where Ethan was sitting. Up close, Webb was older than he looked, from a distance the kind of old that accumulates in the eyes first. A tiredness that has nothing to do with sleep. He stood in front of Ethan with his hands in his pockets and looked at him with the same measuring attention he probably applied to everything. "Where did you come from?" Webb said. "Building maintenance," Ethan said. "Night shift, mostly." Webb was quiet for a moment, processing that. "And before that? Blackthorn Partners, senior financial analyst. I left about 3 years ago. Why? My wife died. My daughter was 5. Someone needed to be home." Webb nodded slowly. He looked out the gray window at the gray snow. "The Whitfield model," he said. "You saw it in what, 15 minutes? 8. Ethan said. "The error shows up in the 3rd slide. Once you see it, the rest of the presentation follows the same flaw." Another silence. "The other 2 candidates," Webb said. "Christine Abelard and Garrett Foss. Did you find problems with their presentations?" "Abelard's analysis is sound. Conservative but honest. Fossey's is too thin to evaluate. He didn't go deep enough on the financials to tell either way." Webb studied him for another moment. "If it was your company," he said, "and someone handed you this situation, a misaligned capital structure, a board that's been looking in the wrong direction. What would you do first? Ethan looked at the table. At the residue of the morning's presentations, the cups and notepads, and the faint grid of Whitfield's final slide, still visible on the projection screen. Then he talked. He talked for 8 minutes, without notes, about capital reallocation in a high-rate environment, about restructuring timelines and risk-adjusted returns, about the specific sequence of decisions that would stabilize the company's position over 18 months and give it a real foundation for the growth Whitfield had been promising but couldn't arithmetically deliver. He talked about people, about the operational layers where these kinds of financial misalignments actually live, in the mid-management decisions, and the departmental budgets, and the small choices that compound over years. Webb listened without interrupting. When Ethan stopped, the room was quiet. Harlow was still at her laptop. The Lassiter kid was writing something in a notebook. 2 other board members had turned in their chairs to look at him, and he recognized in their faces the particular attention of people who are revising an assumption. "Thank you," Webb said. He returned to the head of the table. Ethan sat back. He exhaled through his nose. He thought about Lily, about the cereal boxes this morning, and the stars on her pajamas. He thought about Nora, sitting quiet in his apartment. He thought about how strange it was to feel, for the first time in 3 years, like a person who was fully present in his own life. The board deliberated for 40 minutes. Ethan waited in the hallway outside, in a chair that was placed there for that purpose, a single chair against the wall, which in another context might have felt like punishment, but which Ethan found, strangely, peaceful. The hallway was quiet. The snow against the window at the far end was still coming down. Someone had left a half-full cup of coffee on the small table beside the chair, and he didn't drink it, but he was grateful for its company. He thought about whether he should call Mrs. Alderman and check on Lily. He decided she was fine. He thought about calling Nora and telling her what? That she'd been right? She'd known she was right. That was never in question. He thought about Caroline. He didn't let himself think about her often during the day. He'd learned early on that grief was better managed in scheduled increments, rather than left to wander freely through the hours. But now, in this strange hallway, he let himself. She'd have thought this was ridiculous. She'd have found the whole scenario, the girl in the snow, the whispered secret, the janitor walking into the boardroom, both completely absurd and completely inevitable. That was how she'd approached the world. Of course this is happening. What else would happen? She'd believed in him, in a way that had been, when she was alive, slightly embarrassing in its completeness. She'd never seemed to understand that confidence was a performance rather than a fact. She'd thought his confidence was just real, just who he was. He wondered, sometimes, if she'd been right and he'd been wrong. The door opened. Patricia Harlow stood in the doorway. She looked at him with an expression he couldn't read. "Mr. Calloway," she said, "would you come back in?" He stood up, smoothed the front of his shirt, walked back into the room. The board was seated. Whitfield was not present. The 2 other candidates were not present. It was just the board, and the long table, and the gray light from the snow-covered windows. Marcus Webb was standing. "We've had an unusual morning," Webb said, and there was something dry and almost warm in his voice, the ghost of a smile. "Mr. Calloway, we'd like to make you an offer." Ethan stood very still. "We understand this is unexpected," Webb continued. "We understand your current situation. We understand there would need to be a transition period, but the analysis you provided this morning was," he paused, choosing the word carefully, "necessary. And it came from someone who clearly knows this work, not as theory, but as practice." Harlow was watching him. The Lassiter kid was watching him. "We're not asking you to decide today," Webb said. "We're asking you to consider it." Ethan looked at the table for a moment, at the scratch on the surface that he suddenly recognized he'd cleaned this table. How many dozens of times, wiping it down at midnight when the floor was empty and the chairs were pushed back and the room smelled of coffee and decisions. He knew this room. "I have conditions," he said. Webb tilted his head. "We'd expect nothing less. My daughter comes first, always. My schedule has to account for that. Of course, the janitorial staff in this building, the maintenance crew, they get a compensation review in my first quarter. Some of them have been at the same rate for 4 years. A brief silence. Then Webb said, "That's not a typical opening condition." "No," Ethan said. "It's not." Webb looked at him for a long moment. Then, very quietly, "Done." The room was silent. Ethan Calloway, who had mopped this floor 11 months ago and yesterday and last week, who had signed in at Dale's desk 140 times without a word beyond a nod, stood in the center of it and felt the strange, disorienting weight of a life-changing direction. He didn't feel triumph. He felt something more like vertigo, the sensation of a floor shifting underfoot. The world reorganizing itself around a new center of gravity. He thought of Nora. He found her where he'd left her, not on the couch where he'd expected, but at the kitchen table, with Lily's library book open in front of her. She was reading with the concentration of someone for whom reading was survival, not hobby. She looked up when he came in. He sat down across from her without taking his coat off. "They offered me the position," he said. Nora closed the book. She didn't say, "I told you so." She didn't say anything. She just looked at him with that brown-eyed steadiness, and there was something in it that he couldn't place relief, maybe. Or something close to it. "Nora," he said, "I need you to tell me how you knew." She was quiet for a moment. "My father worked at Meridian Capital," she said. "He was the CFO. His name was Robert Henley." Ethan felt the pieces rearrange. Robert Henley. He knew the name not well, but the way you know names that have circulated in financial circles. Henley had died the previous spring. A brief note in the industry press. Heart failure, early, the kind of death that surprises everyone. "He died in April," Nora said. "My mother died when I was 5. There was no one else." She said it without inflection, the way someone says a thing they've had to say enough times that it no longer undoes them. "You've been on your own since April?" "Since April. 6 months. 6 months. For a 10-year-old. Why didn't you go to the authorities?" "I was afraid they'd put me somewhere permanent before I could." She stopped. "My father told me, before he died, that the company was in trouble. Not because of the market. Because of a person. He said there was someone being considered for a position who would steer things the wrong way, and that the board trusted him too much to question him." She looked at the table. "He didn't tell me who, but after he died, I found his notes. He kept everything. He was meticulous." Ethan thought of the financial precision she'd shown in the diner, the specific numbers, the exact nature of the flaw. "Those were his notes," Ethan said. "You memorized them." "I read them every day for 2 months, she said, "until I understood them. And then you came to find someone who could use them." "I tried other ways first," she said, and for the first time her voice had an edge in it, not bitterness, but the residue of exhausted effort. "I tried to write to the board directly. No one reads letters from children. I tried to reach the chairman's office. The assistant was kind, but..." She paused. "No one takes a child seriously in these situations. It doesn't matter what you know. So you waited, outside the building, for 2 weeks, she said. "I watched who went in. I watched who they were. Most of them I couldn't see a way to reach them. They moved through the world in a way that didn't have room for me." She looked at him directly. "And then I saw you. The way you stopped when you passed a pigeon that was injured. You just stopped, in the middle of walking, to look at it. For no reason. No one else even slowed down." He didn't remember the pigeon, but he believed her. "You helped it?" she asked. "It was fine," he said. "Just a wing thing. I moved it out of the walkway." She nodded. "That's why," she said. That was enough. The apartment was quiet. From down the hall came the sound of the building settling against the wind, the specific low creak that he'd learned to hear as the building's version of breathing. He'd lived here 2 years, and he knew its sounds, the way he knew Lily's sounds, the creak that meant cold, the groan that meant wind, the particular silence that meant the heat had kicked back on. He thought about what to do. He thought about the practical dimensions, the child services call he needed to make, the temporary guardianship process, the forms. He thought about Lily coming home from Mrs. Alderman's in 2 hours, and what it would mean for her to find Nora here again. He thought about what Lily had said that morning, about the girl in the story. "She's the only one who saw the right thing. You're not going back outside," he said. Nora looked at him. "I don't know how long the paperwork takes. I don't know what the process looks like. But until it's sorted, you stay here." On the couch, she looked at the table for a moment, at the library book with its laminated cover. "Okay," she said. 3 weeks later, Ethan Calloway had an office on the 14th floor. It was a large office, with a view of the river and a desk that was too big for the amount of clutter he actually preferred. He'd asked for a smaller desk. They'd given him the big one, and he'd piled it with papers in self-defense, which made it feel less like a stage set and more like a place where work happened. He wore a suit most days now. He'd bought 2 conservative, well-cut, the kind that didn't announce themselves. He was aware, every time he walked through the lobby, of Dale looking up from the security desk with an expression that oscillated between pride and perplexity, like a man watching a film he can't quite follow but is finding unexpectedly interesting. Ethan made a point of stopping to talk to Dale every morning. Not long, 2 minutes, 3. But enough. He knew the maintenance crew by name now, in an official capacity rather than a quiet one. He'd made good on his first quarter commitment. Compensation review. Completed in week 2, with adjustments that several people told him were unprecedented for a new CEO, and which he privately thought were simply overdue. Patricia Harlow had called it unusually aggressive for an opening move. He'd said, "It's not aggressive. It's basic." She'd looked at him for a moment. Then she'd said, "I think we're going to get along fine, Mr. Calloway." At home, things were different and the same. Lily had adapted to the change in their circumstances with the pragmatic flexibility of an 8-year-old who has already absorbed one major life disruption and developed calluses around the sharper edges of surprise. She'd asked, when Ethan explained his new job, "Is it harder than being a janitor?" "In different ways," he said. She'd considered that. "Do you like it better?" "I don't know yet. Ask me in a year." She'd seemed satisfied with that and had returned to her book. Nora was still on the couch. The process had not been fast. Child Services, a caseworker named Deborah, who was thorough and occasionally skeptical, and who came by twice in the first week and then again in the third. Background checks, home evaluations, the slow grind of bureaucracy applied to a situation that didn't fit neatly into its forms. Temporary emergency custody had been granted a phrase that sounded both more and less significant than what it meant in practice, which was that Nora came home with him each night, and Lily made room for her with the same calm generosity she brought to most things. Nora had Robert Henley's notebooks. Ethan had read them carefully over 2 evenings, sitting at the kitchen table after both girls were asleep. They were extraordinary documents, dense, precise. The work of a man who had thought deeply and recorded everything, and been, perhaps, too careful to act on what he knew before it was too late. He'd gone to see the board about the notebooks. They'd handled it quietly, the way boards handle things they wish they'd handled earlier. There would be a foundation, eventually named in Robert Henley's honor, a financial literacy program for children. It wasn't enough. It was something. One evening in the 4th week, Ethan found Nora sitting on the fire escape outside the living room window, which she did sometimes when she needed air. He brought out 2 mugs of tea and sat beside her. The city was quieter in winter after dark. The snow had stopped 2 days ago, and the streets had that particular clarity of cold, dry air you could see far down the block. The lights sharp and distinct. "Are you okay?" he asked. She held her mug with both hands. "I think so," she said. "That's not the same as yes." "No," she agreed. "It's not." He didn't push. He'd learned that Nora's silences were working silences she processed inside them, and interrupting them was more intrusive than helpful. "I keep thinking about what I should have done differently," she said eventually. "The time I wasted. The weeks before I found you. You were 10 years old and alone," he said. "You did better than most adults would have. Maybe." She looked out at the street. But I still think about it. What if I'd found someone sooner? What if the board had met earlier and I hadn't been in time? You were in time, he said. This time, she said. He thought about that. About the specificity of timing, the way the world arranged its crucial moments, not at convenient intervals but precisely when they arrived. He thought about the night he'd decided to stay late at the office instead of going straight home. The night Caroline had been driving alone on the overpass. The night he'd been 20 minutes away when he should have been there. That was the wrong track. He brought himself back. You did what you could with what you had, he said. That's all anyone can do. She looked at him. Is that really what you believe? I'm working on it, he said. She almost smiled. That was new. Nora's face was a careful face, controlled in the way of someone who'd learned early that expressions were a form of information that others could use. But in the last week, he'd started to see the edges of something underneath, something that hadn't quite been broken. That was deciding, slowly, whether it was safe to come forward. Inside, he said. It's cold. She followed him in without argument. On a Saturday morning in December, 6 weeks after the morning Ethan Calloway walked into a boardroom wearing his good shirt and changed the direction of his life, it snowed again. Lily saw it first. She came padding into the kitchen at 7 in her star pajamas and pressed her palm flat against the window glass, the same gesture, the same angle of light through the same window, and said, "Bah, the snow's back." Ethan made coffee and watched his daughter watch the snow and felt, for a moment, the complicated weight of how much had changed. Nora came out of the living room in the oversized sweatshirt she'd borrowed from his drawer that first week and never quite returned. She stood beside Lily at the window, and they were quiet together in the way they'd developed a comfortable quiet, the kind that didn't need filling. They were not sisters, not yet, but they were something that had started as a coincidence of circumstances and was quietly becoming a fact. "Can we go out?" Lily asked. "After breakfast," Ethan said. After breakfast, they went to Clement Street, because that was where it had started, and because Ethan had learned from experience that you didn't avoid the places where significant things had happened, you went back to them and found out what they were when they were ordinary again. The diner was open. May's, with its smell of coffee and grilled onions and old wood. They got a table by the window, and Ethan ordered what he'd ordered that night, eggs and toast, for both girls, and coffee for himself. Lily ate quickly, and then moved to sit beside Nora and read her book over her shoulder, which Nora allowed, with the tolerant patience of someone accustomed to being looked at and still choosing to let it happen. Ethan watched them. He thought about what Nora had said, "You were the only one who stopped." He thought about the pigeon, which he genuinely didn't remember, and about all the other small stops he'd made over the years that he also didn't remember because they hadn't felt like moments, just reflexes, just who he was. He thought about Caroline. That confidence isn't a performance. That's just you. Maybe. He thought about Robert Henley's notebooks, the precise, careful record of a man trying to protect something he loved from a distance, trying to solve a problem he'd seen clearly and hadn't found the right moment to address. He thought about the gap between knowing what needed to be done and finding the moment to do it, and how that gap was sometimes small and sometimes vast, and how the difference between people who closed it and people who didn't was often not intelligence or courage but simply timing. Proximity, the accident of being near the right door at the right hour. And sometimes someone opened the door for you. Outside, the snow was coming down at an angle sideways, fine, the stinging kind. A man in a thin jacket was walking against it, head down, moving fast. Farther down the block, a shape was huddled in the doorway of a closed shop, pulled in against the wall. Ethan set down his coffee. "I'll be right back," he said. Lily looked up from her book. "Where are you going?" He pulled on his coat, not the Carhartt with the broken zipper, which he'd finally replaced, but a new one, good wool, with all its zippers intact. He looked at Lily, then at Nora. "Someone's cold," he said. He pushed out into the snow. The person in the doorway was an older man, maybe 60, with a beard gone white and both hands tucked inside opposite sleeves of a thin jacket. He looked up as Ethan approached, the automatic guardedness of someone accustomed to being moved along. Ethan crouched down. "Cold out here," he said. Yeah, the man said. Come have breakfast. The diner's warm. The man looked at him for a moment, the same assessing look, the deciding how much to trust. Ethan stayed where he was. Okay, the man said. They went inside. At the table, Lily slid over to make room. Nora moved her book. The old man, his name was Harold, he turned out, Harold Briggs, and he'd been in the city 3 weeks after losing a job in Michigan, sat down and wrapped both hands around the coffee that the waitress brought without being asked, because this was May's, and the staff knew what cold hands looked like. Lily leaned over to Nora and said something in a low voice. Nora looked at her. Then Nora looked at Ethan. She wants to know, Nora said, if this is what we're going to do. Every time it snows. Ethan looked at Harold Briggs with his coffee, at his daughters with their books, at the snow pressing down against the diner window. Probably, he said. Lily nodded, as if this confirmed something she'd already decided. Outside, the snow kept falling, and in the warmth of May's diner on Clement Street, where everything had started with a child's whisper and a cup of hot chocolate, something small and steady and particular was being built, not from grand gestures or lucky breaks, but from the same material everything durable is built from. Stopping, asking, making room. A father who still wore his good shoes to work, who still took the long way home past the school so he could pick up Lily in person, who still read the maintenance reports before the executive summaries. 2 girls who were learning that family wasn't always the thing you were born into, but sometimes the thing you stumbled toward in the dark, drawn by something as small and specific as the quality of a man's attention to a pigeon on a winter morning. And a lesson that didn't announce itself, that didn't need to, that sometimes the person the world had overlooked, the person standing at the edge of the room in ordinary clothes, was the only one in the room who'd